Welcome. Yep, it's Amber Skies Weir. Seasonal greetings for 2021. Hello, Poppy. How you doing? I'm Blades. And today, we're making a server. Come here, come on. Come on, Poppy. She's going to jump all over me, I'm telling you. Right. We're going to make a server. Let's see how we can do that. First of all, we have to finish off some little bits and pieces that we started last week. And we still had 2 left. We're done Amber data add integer. We've already added that. That add integer. Let's have a look at it. It's in GameLib. Under data. There it is. All it does is 1 item of information storage. That's all it does. We can expand on that really when you think about it. So there's our current data. Did we not want a hash at the end of it? I do think we did. So this part here really can go inside that function. Makes sense. Come on then. There we go. That's all it takes. Not too difficult. So that actually now makes a lot more sense, except a Const Char that shouldn't be there. There we go. We can split this down like that. Now you're probably wondering why I do that. And I'll let you wonder. It's because it's more readable to me. So now we have 2 items of information which happen. We first of all store the data, and then we add this delimiter thing. But also, we've moved it from our client to our GameLib, and that's more important at this stage. So we'll come back to that in a second. That doesn't need to be there anymore. That's done, gone. And there you go. Interesting. And we can change now the way we work with our data without changing our local client. All our local client has to do is supply the the data. Info. Info data. Data length. Length. Hold on a minute. That's a bit dodgy. Do we really want all of this garbage here in our main program? Should the user of our library be asked to do this? Is that readable? Not particularly. So, how can we sort this out? This is a bit more complicated. And that's what I want to look at today. With coffee. Now, what I could do is I can make this into a function. But that's really what everything's about. We don't need to print the line of data anymore. But as you can see, the function wouldn't be very big. The function would just be that, which is really just reinterpreting string length, which comes from the standard library, and we wouldn't really be doing overly much for the user there. Or for me, I'm the user. I want it to be a lot easier than this. And I mean a lot easier than this. So what I'd like to do is a new idea. And the new idea is a data structure. And instead of having info and string length separate, I want to join them together. Now, I'm not usually very good on data structures, but have a look at our common. Let's just pop you away for a minute. Now I can put doolally stuff in here and make a structure which we can use in our program. But that wouldn't be very good then, would it? Because that structure would be for the network. And where's all our network code? Well, it isn't here. There's no network code here anymore, except for this one line. It also means that this and this could be simplified. If I join them together, I could have a single variable. That's data structure there. It's an IP address. Now that again, where are we getting that from? We are getting it from somewhere. Should that really be here? Again, that's network code. What am I doing with network code here? We don't want any network code. This is our client. Our client doesn't have network code in it. AmberNet does. That's what we're using. We're using the AmberNet to do all of this. So we have to rethink the way we're doing this data. It's a bit higgledy-piggledy. And if we keep it within the client, it's really going to mess up. So let's have a look at structures. Now, we can do anything we want with a structure. Literally anything we want. He's gone to sleep. So on my original works machine, we have structs or structures. As you can see, you can do different types of things. But this is the kind of thing we're looking at here. We'll give it a name. We'll give it a name. Call it data out. Or just AmberNet data. And then everybody can use it. So we're looking for a type def struct. But what's all this I32 and U8 stuff? We need to start thinking about that soon. These again are type defs, which I normally use for... That one's wrong. Should be a T there. Never mind. Type defs, which I normally use for programming in C, because they are more specific to the way that we're doing this. And there's that uint8_t thing again. Should we use type defs? So how I split my common file down is normally with dependencies, standard libraries, defines, type defs, structs, and I think that's roughly about it. We do have a couple of other things here. And that's an ECS system. And that's a game state. Okay. I like this file. We could borrow it. Is that really needed? No, we'll build it bit by bit, I think. We will go for structs first of all. And we just need to do type def struct, blah 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 name. Okay. But where do we put it? Well, we've got really want to put it here. And now I've got these two the wrong way around. There we go. So what we're looking to do here is structs or structures. So that's what they really are. And structures are a type def struct which way we're going to do it. I'll do it this way. And this is going to be Amber data, AmberNet. And that's going to be underscore data. There we go. Oh dear. I'm just wondering whether we should really do the type defs now or not. Start using them. It might be a wise idea. Expected a declaration. I bet you did. And that comes from... We don't want you anymore. No, I'll do the type def some other time because this is a bit more involved. So what we're looking at data, string length, and AmberNet IP address. So let's do them in that order. So data is that. And if you notice, we've now taken that horrible define out, which doesn't belong here. There we go, that'll work here, won't it? Yep. That's okay. We'll just put space in for a second or two. So we can put our data into this struct. I'll show you how to use it in a second or two. It removes this bit out of here, which means we can control it from here a lot easier, instead of it being in the client and the client wondering, what on earth where does that come from? Well, it comes from GameLib, so it should only really be used inside of GameLib. So we've solved another problem there. Let's see if we can solve any more. So I've taken the data out. What next do we want? Int length we can take out. Okay. So it's now starting to look a bit weird. So let's do that. Comma. Why has it gone there? Is it semicolons on these? I can never remember. Commas or semicolons? Semicolons. All right. So we now got the data. What we're going to call that is data length. Otherwise we'll never know what it's for. There we go. Is that done? But you notice we can mix up the types quite happily. There's a problem with that, but not for what we want. So now we've got the data. We can take this out as well. And we can pop it here. Oh, but we can't, can we? It's already defined. So what we're going to call this is destination address, I guess. Yeah. We'll have to call it something. IP address. Destination. Host. Server. I don't want a capital. Sending address equals that. Do I have that information? Doesn't look like it. So I've got a problem here. That we need to solve. We need to be able to specify a sending address, which is an IP address. Can we do that? Eek, don't like it. Alright, we can do. We'll do it ourselves. So that's really about it. Those are the 3 items of information we need to be able to send anything to another computer. Thank you, telephone. I know I'm online. I don't know what's wrong with it today. And that's how you do a struct. Pretty basic, you may think. Pretty easy. Yes, indeed it is. In fact, the struct has a struct within it. Oh god, that gets complicated. Get that out of your head straight away, don't even worry about it. And you can tell it's got the same colour. It colours them. So AmberNet data, how do we use it? So let's start at the client. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to need some data. So instead of having this here, what we could do, just as an interest, just as an idea, we could have an AmberNet data instead. There it is. It's nicely popped up for us. And we're going to call it data out. How's about that? Semicolon. So there we go. What we then do is we can send data out to here, like that. Okay, it's an error, but don't worry. We can also send it to here. That simplifies it a little bit, doesn't it? Now these 2 functions don't know what AmberNet data, they don't want that, they're asking for something else, so we'll have to change those 2 functions, I believe. And this string length, what are we going to do about that? We're going to take that out of here and we're going to add it into our integer thingy. So we'll just remove you for a sec. That'll clear out this section. Okay. And we'll see how this all works out, shall we? Yeah, it goes in here. Goes on this line here. Don't worry, it's just me moving things, so everything's completely wrong. Go back to our client and find out what's wrong. Okay, so we're adding info here. Can we have an extra line there, please, so I can read it? So we need to change the second part of this to AmberNet data. That's the first thing we need to do. So the second part of this needs to be AmberNet data, which is a struct. Do I need the address of it? I do. You're right. I do need the address of it, so we'll put the address in. I need the memory address of whatever the current data is. So back here it'll still be wrong because we need the address. There we go. Now it's right. So here in conversion, we just need to change that over. To AmberNet data. Now our current data is now a problem because our current data isn't that anymore. It's got a little arrow on the end. And then it's data. So we have to change it to that. Okay. Again, current data wants the delimiter. So we'll just change it over to a little arrow saying we'll want to change the length, the data. The delimiter remains the same. Oh, we've still got this equals sign. So what we need is current data and of course we need a little arrow, and that would be the data length. Okay, can't do that. Data is now that line there. There you go. So we now have our own data structure for current data, which becomes a lot more readable even though it's got these little arrows in. So current data, arrow, data length. All that means is current data, let's select out of this structure that part of the structure named data length, and we'll give it a value. We don't need to return a value as we are using pointers, which means we are altering memory addresses. So that's all converted. I hope that's okay. Amber common. Oh, we've still got this IP address thingy. So let's look at that. How is it stored? What I'm thinking is data out. This is a bit more iffy. In fact, for me it's very iffy. I am not happy with this part. We will alter it. We'll just muddle our way through first of all. But we're looking at this address. Oh, sorry, it's a dot because we're not looking at the memory address, we're looking at the actual variable. That's not a memory address, that's the variable. There's no star. We could put a star on it, but we don't need to. So sending address dot, and the host is a uint32. Damn. Nothing else on it. Just a uint 32. But it has that horrible thing after it. Unnamed. That's a damn nuisance. It means we need another function. We need a function that will take AmberNet data and initialize it. We don't need this here. We'll keep it here for now. We're going to get rid of it in a second or two. We're going to have to craft a function for that. But until we do, we'll just carry on and get rid of that line there. I'm not having that. That's horrible. Alright, we did have an error down here. So we've got this. AmberNet data. Data out. So send data can now be changed. Interesting. Because our send data, just get rid of you two. Done you. Our send data is in the UDP network. Data length destination address. Well, now we can get rid of all of this and just put just undo that a second. I didn't read everything there. Do we do a copy? Or do we use the address? We use the address if we're doing this properly. Okay. AmberNet send data. Current data. Let's try that. Let's see how that works. Let's pop an address on that. Thank you. So you can see how it's falling into the same kind of design. That's another way of checking that you're getting things right. The designs are staying the same. So let's have a look at this one. Send data. We've got all of this stuff here to remove. So that. Which means we've got all these squigglies. Okay. That one could be a problem. So what we're looking at is current data. And this is the data, obviously. It hasn't complained. Okay. Length. Becomes data length. Length becomes data length. And destination IP address, which we haven't sorted out yet, becomes, believe it or not, sending address. Everything else just remains the same. All we've done is we've changed the data specifications. Well, that makes it interesting. That's a Untitled unnamed data. It's looking for an address. Will that supply the address? It does. I'm bothered by the data one. Should that not be the address? So it takes current address. A dot will give a value. I'm sure that's the value. Char unnamed data 100. That's not a char star. It's given the value data 100. We're missing a star. I don't like it. I don't like that one. we? We're in AmberNet, aren't we? What I'm thinking of is quite simple. What I'm thinking of is doing like a char star, and it would be data. And it's network buffer size, isn't it? Equals current data data. That char star data 100. Does it work? I don't know if that's needed. Okay, we'll leave things as are. I've got thoughts going around that these aren't going to be matching up very well, so we've got a fallback position anyway. But that's what I was looking for, is this kind of thing, which makes it basically one variable. And we can also use it in receiving data. This variable could become very useful. All right. How do we get the initializer? We could initialize, get it from the initializer. Bit dirty. We're asking for it here, port in, port out. We then resolve the host, but we don't ever give that back. Why don't we give it back? Wouldn't that solve all the problems? If we were to do that, if we were to construct it that way and actually return the host and the output, which is AmberNet IP address, that one. If we actually send that back as a value, that might work, but what we got in client? That's fantastically okay. All you do is you cut it, pop it to the top, where we initialize it, we just put data out, and we want to place in the value. Okay, very funny. Sending address. And we'll receive it back from here. When it works it out. Save all. And that's a valid way of doing it. Is that a good way of doing it, actually? Yes, we have the construct first. We've now got that at the top. That's better. Look down our program. We've got that length. And all of a sudden, I think we've removed the whole of AmberNet GameLib. Although using one data from it, which is fine. Data out, data out. It's printf for errors. Okay. I think we're nearly there. We're nearly there. Not quite. So our client has boiled down to initialization and a welcome. Oh my God. I'm just putting a separator in. For readability. There we go, that'll do. So this is our how we send data now. We send data simply by adding the data, sending the data. There you go. Add data, send data. Isn't that a little bit easier than we had it before? I think so. Because that can now be taken out to be a function of its own. So we can actually boil that down to one line, which we'll do in a bit when we've finished all of this. Right, I'm still not happy with this bit here. First things first. Build solution. No. GameLib. Let's rebuild the GameLib and see what kind of errors I've just made. There's a warning. The warning is from SDL2 about a null import descriptor. Fine, don't care about that one. Let's have a look at our client. We haven't changed the server on purpose. We'll rebuild our client. We have 0 warnings and 0 errors. Doesn't sound right. Why do you want me to sign in? God's sake. Microsoft, you are wonderful. Where's this one at? I don't even know what that is. No. Okay. Fine. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to run the server. Okay. Just put it a bit further over. And then we're going to run the client. And it works. Damn you. Damn you, servers. Why do you always work? Okay. So, everything's working. I want to rebuild on that. Damn thing's working. Alright, it worked. My bad. Structures are better than I expected. Cool. So, I can amend that line now. Don't need that at all. Backup plan not required. All right. Everything's working. God damn it. This is where things can get interesting, because now, as you can see, we've got an initialization. So what we have is an area here, an area here. This is how you construct your programs. Let's look at that, the construction side of things. We've got the area in the middle, and then we've got the area at the bottom. So what we have is 1, 2, 3, 4 areas. First area is what variables do we want to use? Okay. Second area is initialization. Third area is your program. Fourth area is your de-initialization, or handing all of the resources back to whoever, Windows in this case, or Linux, it's Linux I guess. But that's the basis of it, the whole basis of it. We can change this if we wish to. We have add integer, send data. Now, I've also put over here, let's use ints only. Now, if we stick to that, it means that these two can be joined together into a function. Just by sending an int. So let's look at that. Does it have a return? It does. It has an error return, an int. So it's int. I'm just going to tell the compiler that we're going to make a function. This is how you make functions. Int. The function's name is send to server, call it that, and all we need is an int information. Okay, that's all we need. So pretend that's my header, because in this case it literally is. I'm going to use this space here as my header for main. Main is slightly different to the rest of the programming, but I've shown you how to use headers and things now. So if we go to the bottom here, we can now go pink. Now split that down. And we'll make it into a function. So what I really want to do is this. Alright, we'll move this here. I'll just give it a value. Any value will do. So here, what I would like to do instead is say error equals send to server, open brackets, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, semicolon. That removes info. Cool. Alright, we'll take these two. We'll cut them out. And we'll paste them in. There we go. We need data out. Okay, we can have data out. Let's add that in. You're going to see something wonderful happen very, very soon. That's information, comma. Yeah, just cut it out. Paste. Data out is unknown. No, we won't cut it out then. Dear me. Naming conventions. Send to server, the information and data to send. So we can pull that down to the bottom. There we go. Error. All right. And all we have to do is return error. It should really be called possible error, but hey ho. Alright, are we okay? We just need data out, don't we? Because we've got it there, we'll have to keep it in here. There we go. So look at what we've got now. Our program has just been reduced to that. Send to server. All of AmberNet's stuff now is in this center server, except for this data out business, and this is going to be a little bit crucial. Do I like it that way? Yes, I do. Data out has to be nullified. We haven't cleaned data out. To make it a proper useful function, we do have to clean our information after sending. So we can add, yeah, but then we lose our data. Do we need it? Not really. Data to send. Dot. We copied it. We copied it. Do we need to copy it? We should not be copying it. We should be having the address. I need the address. You'll see why in a second. There it is. We need the address, please. I don't want to create a new variable. There's no need to. We already have the information. Okay. Yeah, that works. Just means that data to send is already an address. Takes those two out. Data to send. And it should be an arrow now. Data equals null. Will that allow it? We have to dereference, don't we? Is it dereference on these? Yeah. Oops. We're just nullifying the data itself. We're just saying stop. We don't want any more. It also will give us errors if we try and do anything stupid with our data. Data to send. Data length equals null. Don't tell me. Thank you. Problem is that it's dun 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 dun. Won't allow that either. Have to be careful here because we are delimiting it. All right, I remember. For int index equals 0, semicolon. As long as index is less than or equal to the data length, and then it's just index plus plus. Yeah. We memset. Memset, please. Ah, there you are. A memset requires destination value size. Has this got an index in it already? If it's asking for 3 values. Our destination is data to send data. That's that. The value is null, which is 0. Void star 0. Yeah, good. Size t. Isn't that this? That's just resetting the memory. Remember, this is a memory location. I've got to get rid of those hash marks. I don't know where they are, so I'm going to just null everything. Just wipe the data out. Alrighty, fair enough. That'll wipe data. And then data length equals null. Yep. That resets that variable at that address. Lovely. Return error. Right, I need to make sure it makes an error. If I run it, three warnings. Yeah, I thought as much. Okay, function int differs in levels of direction from void star. Yes, it does. You're quite right. On 83. All right. Let's put 0 then. Memset, different types of... Yeah, okay. Let's just redo that one then. Before it gets too complicated and I can't read it anymore. One warning. Int differs in levels of indirection from void star. This is on 87. There you go. No warnings, no errors. Good. But I want it to make an error, so let's just run it. There you go. It sends, obviously. But I want to see whether this is working. How do you do that? Well, I want to crash the program. How do you do that? Let's try printing out our data. Let's do something stupid. Like that. put a comma there. And now I can take data out. And we'll just try printing out our data. There you go. Like that. That's not, this isn't an address, so it's not an arrow, it's a full stop. We're dealing with the variable, which should give an error in itself. Hopefully on the rebuild. No, it doesn't. Data equals nothing. Perfect. It didn't crash. Fantastic. So we can only what we should put here is data is erased after sending. Okay. Now what I am interested in is this next bit. I'm going to put a space, and then I'm going to put size equals %d. I'm only putting that to remind myself that I've done it. So this is, let's just pop that in here. So I'll put a comma, and it'll be data out dot length. There we go. Now when I run it, perfect. What I'm looking at, did that mem set work? And the answer is yes, it did. There are not 100 spaces here going across here, and then it's saying size 0. What I'm looking at is that is only one, well, it's two locations. So there's two locations being added. One is here, that's one location. The other location is the space it reserved for the data. So that's just how printf works. So I didn't need that space that I put in. That's just a little bit of information. And yeah, we can do that as just test results. So this is now just test results. It's not even part of the program anymore. There we go. Sorted. There you go. So our program, we removed that obviously, has boiled down to one function. Center server there you go. Any integer or integer variable. Data out. Data is erased after sending. The only thing I don't like about our program is that there. Are we able to do something different. Where are we constructing AmberNet data? We are constructing it in GameLib. We can, because we are doing that deletion, and we've proven that we're doing the deletion, we can move this over to the GameLib. But I think that's dangerous. I'm gonna leave it in here. Yeah, I'm going to leave it in here, otherwise it's going to cause us problems later on. Okay, only last thing to do is do that, and do that. That's just for reference. This is actually, no, I'm not even going to do that because that's dangerous. I'm going to put doubles in there, yeah. Okay. And this is functions. Yeah, just put functions, it'll be alright. So that's how you write functions. And we're done. We are finished. Right, our testing is finished. We are finished. We don't have a server yet. But we do now have a client. So let's go make a cup of coffee. Make sure everything works first, then I'll have a cup of coffee. Okay. I've been messing around in Sandbox. Why is AmberNet data a problem? Don't care. Alright. It's just being stupid as usual. Set as setup project. Yeah. Right, let's run a server. UDP local server is up. We'll ignore its problems and make sure the client works. Just run it. Something isn't right. No, I've got fine. I'm fine on the server. Probably just made a slight error on here. What did I do wrong? You should work. It did work. Thank you. So yeah, it did work. It's just this thing being awkward. Give it back. So 1 data size 0, result 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, everything's compiling. Everything looks good, and these are the results that we're looking at. So yeah, it seems to be working. Who's on top here now? Local server. Just pop you down a second. So there's your center server. Sends 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We add the delimiter, and then we erase the data. Lovely. I'm going to have a cup of coffee. I think I've earned it after that. It's rather a good server. It's perfect for what we need. Let me just make one of these. Is there anybody that needs this server to do anything specific? Are they stuck with anything? We now have the code, or the base code, for any game server you want to make. And you're probably now starting to wonder, what's this UDP thingy? Because the internet, isn't that TCP? Yes, it is. Why am I using UDP? Well, UDP and TCP have been around for quite a long time. And TCP is a secure method of transferring data. And yeah, that's quite interesting. UDP is insecure or non-secure. It sends and it doesn't care. It's like sending a letter. TCP would be called registered post, where you would register it, and at the other end they would sign for the letter being delivered, and that record is then returned to the user, or the person that sent the letter. Whereas UDP, you send the letter and you never know whether it arrives or not. So the mail here in England is UDP. Definitely. Universal Datagram Protocol. Send and forget. Which is one of the reasons I've done it this way. Send and forget. And that's important. And I'll give you an example why. If you've made a game and your server is halfway across the world and you've got 250 milliseconds lag, or ping as they call it, on TCP it checks everything, and that becomes 500 milliseconds lag. On UDP it's just 250 milliseconds lag. That's a really basic explanation of why UDP should be used for game servers. It halves the lag. That's half the battle over with. Right, let's go make this cup of coffee, have a bio, stretch your legs, as we're going to make a real server next. Switch on a server. Alright, whilst we're making some coffee, we'll switch a server on. Yep, that looks okay. Let's just clean the screen. Spacebar. You can go down. Don't want a command prompt. We'll use putty. We've got a real server, so we'll use putty. And then we'll start talking about what real servers are. And because we've done the basics now, we know how to program a server, all we need to do now is understand what a real server is, and what it should do, and what it shouldn't do. So what does a real server look like? Well, it's usually a black box of some kind in a server room. What about output from it? Well, there's no television and there's no keyboard on a server. That's not what they're for. So visuals, anything visual or anything to do with keyboard does not belong on a server. That's the first thing. And I can go on down a list of what a server should not do. And there's no point, because there's only one thing a server can do. And it's in the name. It provides a service. Server is abbreviation of service provider. It's got no TV, it's got no keyboard. Luckily this computer has both. So we'll go over to Amber Skies. We'll log in as Blades. We can make this bigger, can't we? Yeah, can make it probably a lot bigger. About there. If I can click one more across. No, that'll do. Alright. So, we'll log in. We'll give it a password of some kind or description. Yes, no. Access denied. Is my caps lock on? No. Is that not my password? Is that my password? Oh. Oh, I've done it wrong. Servers also do things differently. It's small b. They are case sensitive. There isn't a capital B. Please be my password. Thank you. So this is a real server, folks. There we go. And this is what a real server looks like. This is what? System information, Sunday the 26th of December. Yeah, system load, memory, processes. Processes, by the way, is the services that it provides. It's 134 services running already on this server. One of them I'm using to access the server. That's one of the services it uses. And it's a Ubuntu 20.04.3 long-term support. And it's a generic 64. Okay, thank God it's 64. It'd be a bit amazing if it wasn't. It would really break the server. Okay, there's its IP address on that device. Not bad. Coffee's good. So what's on this server? Let's have a look. LS. List. What's on the server, please? Service and storage. Storage is the work I've done and bits and pieces. So let's go to change directory to service and find out what's in here. We have a test server. Let's have a look at this test server. In here we have a game lib and nothing. Yeah. I've got a feeling there's nothing in game lib either. And we can check that out quite easily by putting a watch your eyes. We're gonna go bright. Ow. That is bright. I think we'll leave it at that much brightness. These need clearing. $100. Username is Blades. I think we know the password now, which is handy, and I do know the port. There it is. Right. So we are in, well, storage has got all me data in, I suppose, could call it. Service has this test server, nothing in it. And a game lib, nothing in it. Right, let's have a look under MMO experiment. What do we have? We have a game lib, a client and a server. That looks familiar. Let's have a look at server. Where are we? We're in game lib. Let's have a look at game lib. Game lib comes with a source and some thingies. Also comes with a lib. What do we need? We need ambercommon.h. We don't need anything else out there. Alright, we've got ambercommon.h. And I think I want to drag you over. And that gives us data and network with all of our files. That's nice. Does it need anything else? Not really. Alright. Alright, so that's GameLib, that's test server. Right, test server. Let's go up and find our test server. And that should just be one file. That file there. Everything else is VCC. Don't want an executable. Don't really want anything else, do I? Nah. Okay. Well, yeah, we have a UDP local server.c. Wow. CD to the game lib. ls, we have ambercommon.h and source code. And we know what's in there. Right, so how does all of this work? Ambercommon and source. This is the game lib. We can't hit a button like run or build or rebuild. Let's make one. Do we have nano? We do. I've called it build sh, and I have no idea what I'm going to put in there. I've still got 2 MMO experiments going on. Okay. So let's take a look, shall we, at our game lib. In Visual Studios, each project within a solution has its own set of property pages, or settings, or whatever you want to call them, I don't know. And it's telling us blah de blah de blah, all this stuff about it. So when we come to build, where's our build properties? Different options. please. Thank you. So this is our build options. Oh, thank you for the follow. That's very kind. And here on the command line under C++, it'll give us all of this garbage. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy that. And if I can find the right thing, that looks like the right thing, I'm just going to paste it. And it's this horrible, horrible, horrible long line. Is there a home button here? There is, thank you. So what's all of this? Well, hold on a minute. Lib, release. That looks interesting. What's that then? That's some kind of output. Alright, so what can we actually do here? Oh, well, we can exit for starters. That's Control X, yes. No, build SH will do. That's what we'll call it. We're going to need some stuff, aren't we? This is a server. Can I do GCC? Version. Not found. GCC is a program that Visual Studio uses to compile our code. Well, what am I going to do then? Well, luckily we've got apt. We can do a search. Apt stands for aptitude. Don't ask. No idea why. Search. How's about we search for GCC? Oh, look. Let's go back to GSAC, shall we? We've got quite a few libs. These 32 support libraries. 64 support libraries. So there's two sets of libraries. So let's get out of the libraries. Come on, there's tons of them. These are all the libraries you can get. Still in libraries. Visual Studio uses MSVC by default. Yep. MSVC uses GCC. Correct. Microsoft Visual C. No, doesn't sound right. What does MSVC stand for? There's the question. And we've run out. Run out of lines. That's awkward. So it looks as though I'm going to have to look it up because it's giving too much information. Alright. I will use... Microsoft, what have you got? Oh, you got this rubbish, have you? Yikes. That is rubbish. So, Ubuntu. GCC setup. Aha. It's the build essentials I want. Is there a 64 version of it? How many different versions are there? It's not going to tell us. GCC, C++. And it doesn't use GCC. Okay. There is no license for GCC. If there was, I wouldn't be able to use it, would I? Alright, let's do what it says we have to do. Visual C++. Really? MSVC? That's strange. What a strange idea. That's Microsoft for you, though. So, apt. It's sudo, isn't it? Do we have to do all of this in sudo as well? It is Linux, isn't it? Yes, we do. Typical. Okay. Sudo apt update. And that should be that. And it updates. Cool. Now, this silly thing here hasn't given me x64 or not. Okay, thank you. I'm going to search it though. Search. Build, just in case there's two different versions of it. Essential. Yeah, funny. Alright, how many this time? Ah, this is better. We're getting somewhere now. You see, there's cross builds. Yeah, I'm glad I looked at this. There's build essential, and yep, there's cross build essential. There are the dev scripts. DH build info, S build. Okay. To do. Should we just go with build essentials? AMD 64, yeah, that'll do. It's actually picked up that AMD 64, I hope. Alright, we will then, because it does say that on it. So, it's sudo apt install. What? Imagine, just for a minute, that Microsoft doesn't use GCC. Okay, let's just imagine that for a little second. So if I went nano build.sh, which didn't save out properly. Or I changed. No, that was bad. ls. I didn't spell it right. Nano BUILD .sh. Right, this is what I've just literally copied and pasted this out of the Microsoft, as you can see. Okay. So this is not going to be very useful to me if they don't use GCC, is it? So why did I do it? Right. Where were we up to? Sudo apt install build essentials. Essential. Blah de blah de blah. Yeah, go on then, we'll have that lot. Why not? Oh, man pages went in. Did it? There we go, progress. We have progress. It says so in the bottom left-hand corner. Cool, I like programming. By the way, Linux is much simpler than Microsoft. It allows you to program. If you do want to program full-time, or probably... It's still not recognized as the programming platform to use, is it? Everybody still uses Microsoft Visual Studio. Wonder why. As we've proved, it can't compile half the time. That was proved a couple of weeks back. So we've got that. We test that out. Oh wait a minute. We'll do the other one as well, won't we? Man pages. That stands for manual, not bloke. So man pages dev. Blah 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 blah. Done. Okay. GCC version. Oh, that was bad. Let's just clear that up. Can't read that. GCC version. We have 9.3.0, 2019. Ooh, free software. See, there's no license. There is no warranty, not even for this merchant purpose. That it shouts at you. In other words, don't blame us if it goes wrong. That's what they're saying. It does have a copyright on it, but it's free software. Right. We've got GCC. But we've been a bit tricksy, haven't we? We've used SDL. Now there's SDL1, there's SDL2, and God knows what else. and it's a library. So what I'm thinking is search apt search lib SDL2. I'll put an asterisk at the back end. We have stuff. Oh, wow. Wasn't expecting this much, but we have stuff. That's basic SDL. We don't want SDL. Ah, here we go. SDL2 starts here. Right, I want that one. We've got all the documentation, reference manual for... oh, wow. We'll have that as well. We might even use it. Maybe not. Got a feeling that it's going to download all of this, but I could be wrong. Just wondering if net... Well, these are separate, but it doesn't cover everything. Yeah, these are separate. There's the network library that we're using. I think we'll just take the two. We'll just take the two of them. So it's just -dev. All right. So let's do that then. So apt install lib SDL2 -dev. Okay, yeah, you're right. I've got to do it's a super user do. Yeah, go on. Go, little one. Selecting, preparing, unpacking. We're making progress. Oh, it's got mess in there. Really? That's OpenGL. Stuff for doing 3D graphics. Cool. Anything else I can spot as it goes through? It means that we've got access to full windowing, which is completely and utterly useless on the server because it doesn't have a monitor. Or a desktop for that matter. and servers are notoriously slow, so ho hum. This one's not too bad. Setting up processing triggers, good. Good. That looks okay. Okay. Which one was the other one? SDL2 net dev. Okay. I'm going to have you as well. Net dev. Yes, please. So those are the only two things that we've really used at this point in time. There is other stuff that normally I would download, but I don't see why I should. I don't know if it's going to be any use at all, especially on a server. I'm not going to be programming on the server. Right. First things first. How does this build work? Let's take a look. So I want nano build.sh. Alright, so let's start breaking you down into commands, shall we? That one might be useful. It's got another set of these. And it's got another one here. Inline, yeah. Precise, yeah. That's floating point precision, that one. CRT secure no warnings. Are we going to be using that? God, there's a lot here. We've got /FA. No logo, yeah. We've got a FO. An FP. That FP shouldn't be there. We're not using it. Diagnostics, and that's roughly about it. Okay, so that's what Visual Studio is using. What do we want to do? So you're actually using that there as a database. I think it might be better I is include, L is library. And we use a minus sign instead of the slash. So there's your include. I'm looking for, where does it tell it to make it into a library? That ZC goes with that FD. Alright, okay. No, it's not going to work this way round because of that PDB. That's a shame. We're going to have to work it out ourselves. I was hoping I was just going to take this lot. It's all the same stuff. Actually, I'll leave it up and then we can just do our own. So what we're going to be doing is GCC and something. Okay. Oh, God. Is that a good way of doing it? People use make files, don't they? Not really that bothered. There's no clickies. There's no clickies through. Can't just clicky through to GCC. Okay. Welcome to the GCC. That's chiropractors. Okay. Interesting. Glasgow City Council. Oh yes, this looks a lot more like it. blah blah blah, originally written for blah blah blah, releases, contribute, steering committee, manual. Brill. Shift yes. Ba-da. 930. There is no 930. Command options. Options summary. Might be a good idea. Kind of output. Options. I want it to be a library. Static library. Blah 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 blah. I know how to include the libraries. And there's your inlines. It's the same as it was. Yuck. I hate all of this kind of stuff. I find it very unreadable. Diagnostic messages, suppress warnings. Really? Debugging. Control optimization. Instrumentation. Sounds fun. Alright, I understand that, yeah. Options controlling the preprocessor. Do we really want that one in? We do have one. We have it here. This is -D. They've put a capital. See, these are the MDs. Not sure I will really want that. Options for linking. -S I've got. Any of these options use a linker is not run, and the object file names should not be used as arguments. Okay. A file name that does not end in a special recognized suffix is considered to name an object file or library. Gotcha. Alright. Object files are distinguished from libraries by the linker according to the file contents. If linking is done, these object files are used as input to the linker. Might need a -S here. Library or -L. Search the library name library when linking. Yeah, that's your -Ls. You got static pi. Well, systems that support dynamic linking. This overrides, yeah, prevents linking with the shared libraries. On other systems, this option has no effect. All right. How to build a static lib. Right. Why are we looking at archiving? In the current working directory have been converted into their respective object files. Once we have the object files, we can use AR command to create our final library archive. Why would you want to do it that way? Path to the library. Yeah. Not overly keen on that version. Compiled it with what? Yeah. Is the object files ready to be linked to the library? That's correct. Try to compile, I get an error. Yes, you will. Compile without linking, correct. Right. So we can do it simply this way. So this is what I'm going to use as the answer. Okay. We'll use that one. Oh, David from All Clear. Hope having fun. I am, yes. So I'm going to use that. I also need to know how to split a single line in build sh. Linux. Now let's go Ubuntu. Let's stay with Ubuntu. How to split a single line in a .sh file. There's a way of doing it. This. No. I don't want to know that. How to split a large file? No. Try again. Split single line into multiple lines. What? Reshape? Using awk. You're talking about \np off. No. No. There's an easy way of doing it. Is it G? one of these. Within a how to make multiple lines from a single command. What's this? Go away. Available can be used with blah 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 blah. God, why what is this? Where's Bling Bash? It's the ampersand. Really? Is it that simple? Notice the ampersand sign at each vendor line. This will cause the shell to fork that process into the background and continue execution. Note how it's different from and, which is basically an and sign. Right, that's how you do different commands, but these signs can be used differently. Yeah, you can use a semicolon, yeah, I know that. I prefer a plus. Oh, that's closer. That's an interesting question. I'll think about it. We could use pipe. No. I don't like that version. There it is, it's a backslash. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. We've got the backslash. See why in a second. As we need this answer here. So, no, haven't done GCCing so goddamn long, it's ridiculous. Hello, Poppy. So we're definitely going for minus C. So we'll do a minus C. I think that's a good idea. Thank you. It's come up in a silly colour. And then we need the files. That's on this one. So the file will be blast. Hooked the wrong thing. Will you stop hooking the wrong things? Why are you doing this to me? I want this one here. Thank you. So we are looking at ./gamelib. No, we're not. We are in gamelib. ./source. That's source. And then it will be slash data. And I've just realised, which way around do we put the slashes? I'm just used to doing ./ that way. Okay. We'll try it. Data. And it's conversion.c. Conversion.c. Which way around was the other slash? The other slash would have been that way around. Slash. Good, it went to silly colour. Oh, I don't like that. And then it's source. Slash, that's conversion.c. You can see why I'm doing it this way now, can't you? UDP network. And that one is amberudp.c. Right, so that's your files. What's next? We don't need any link. We don't need any libraries to link into this. No, we don't. Yes, we do. So it's going to be minus L SDL 2. Is it net or network? I'll go with SDL2. See what errors we get. Can't think of much else. I might need an include directory. Did I just delete it? No, it didn't. We'll go for an include directory, which is the I, and that will be dot dash. These are usually in inverted commas, but I don't think you have to do it. Okay, that's that bit done. Do we then have to finish this off with an O file? We usually do. Yeah, we do. Output file. So it's always good to have an output file. So we'll have an output file, and we are just going to have asterisk.o, isn't it? Yeah. And we can use wall fpic. I'm not really too bothered about that. You can do this with a make file. Okay. Right, we'll put the static there. Okay. Okay. We'll deal with the packaging once we've got the GCC working, shall we? I think that's really all I need to do. I don't really want to do it as two separate GCCs. Not sure. These flags, they're all the same. Doesn't really matter. We'll skip those flags for the now. Keep forgetting this thing doesn't work that way. Oh god, yeah. Got to do a great big long line here. Right, that's finished. Do I really want me pling bash bish bash bosh? No, don't care. Right. Shall we try it? Yes, please. Alright, here we go. .dot build .sh. Permission denied. Don't like that idea. Do I need to restart the machine at this point? Ow. Oh, heck, that hurts. It's okay, Poppy, it's not your fault. Yeah, let's restart the machine. Reboot, please. And that gives us a cup of coffee. There we go. Excellent. Let's grab a cup of coffee. And see what happens. it is to be a programmer. I have no idea what it is like to be a programmer. So we'll do it this way and see what happens. Yeah, back up and running. Good. CD service. CD test server. And that's okay. CD game lib. This is the hardest part, I think. Only because really there's no real way of telling somebody how to do it. See if we get access. We made it, didn't we? Yes, we have. We might have... it's a server, isn't it? I've just realised. Oops. Yeah, okay. It doesn't like it because of certain things. Okay. See what happens. It's here. Is it just build? What's going on here? Have I gone completely bonkers? Has the Ubuntu server stopped doing this for any reason? I can't believe that I've forgotten. No, I haven't forgotten how to do this, have I? God, it's been many years since I've done it. Run. How to run a .sh file. .sh file. Blah 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 blah. Give execute permissions to... Oh. Really? Okay. doesn't have execute permissions. Well, we can check that, can't we? We can just type in ls all. You're right. The X is missing off the end. Well done, you. chmod plus X. Build.sh. Okay. It's gone green. So we can now do dot build sh. There you go. GCC fatal error cannot specify -o with -c, -s or -a with multiple files. So I did get my script right. Interesting. No. Build.sh. So we can't do it that way. What we're going to have to do then is them separately. So let's try the first one. Now we'll go back to the second one. Okay. That goes to there. That goes to there. Don't need the SDL2 in here, do I? Or do I? There should always be an extra line. Okay, I'm going to try that. Because it makes sense to me what I've written. Does it make sense to the computer? Oh, we got something. SDL.h. No such file or directory. Correct. Awesome. So it recognizes the fact that there should be an error. This means that my original code is incorrect. Okay, so I've made assumptions that the code that I've written we can dump onto a server and then build it. And the code is incorrect. So we don't want SDL.h. We want something different. Alright, so in common, what we really want to put is SDL is it 2? Oh, which way around do these bloody things go? One sec. It's not even going to be on the other one, is it? Which is interesting. To say the least. But now our includes are wrong. And SDL is here. So our include directory needs all of this lot to go into SDL2. Okay. What's that do? Share, rename, cut. New folder. SDL2. And paste. Right, so now I've got an SDL2 in front of it. Yeah, that should fix all the problems on that side. Why can it not find it? Because he doesn't know yet. That's fine. Thank you. Got you. So those all work. But that is a massive difference in how to find the information. Yes, Poppy, that's my leg. Thank you. So let's try that out first before we do the next one. Let's get one working, if we can. So what we're doing, we are doing common. See, it's only one file that we need now on server. It's just common. As that's the only thing that I've changed. This is why I have a common. What have I got here in front of me? Local server C. GameLib. Common. Upload. Overwrite. Thank you. Okay. We actually get in function temp line 52 on conversion.c, line 52, warning, implicit declaration of function, ITOA. Did you mean SDL ITOA? So it's asking me a question. What did I mean to do there? Well, we went for ITOA to start off with. We got a warning about that from Microsoft saying, sorry, it's a bit out of date. What about using underscore ITOA? We go over to Linux and then find out, hold on a minute, but SDL has one. This is a bit of a conflict. So let's take a look. This is in conversion.c. You find more errors this way than you do with Microsoft. Well, they're not errors, they're warnings, but they are important warnings, and you can't ignore them. So let's go to our source, line 58, and we should have an ITO. Well, it's 52 here. Should that be SDL? So I didn't even know that existed. SDL underscore IT integer to ASCII. Open brackets. It takes a value, a string, and a radix. So yes, it's exactly the same function. There we go. And this is conversion.c we've just updated. There you go. Overwrite. Done. Okie dokies. Let's try that again. Okay. We've now got the clean problem, haven't we? So the make clean problem. Where's it put it? There it is. Got this problem here. We've now got this O file. It's here. We've got this here. And the problem is, if it exists, this tends not to do much. But we do have a 78. Oh, right, it's just giving me the reverse warning now. I'll think about that. But as we're using SDL, I want to use SDL ITOA. Groovy. So I found something out. So we now have an LS. That's all right. We can leave that. It is a different warning this time, but it shouldn't be. Remove. Conversion. .o. It's now saying 78. I'll come back to you. You're acting weird. No other files have been created, have they? No. Let's just check the source. No. Right, so files are okay. We're fine. Alrighty. So let's go to a nano. Actually. Just do that. Nano. Build.h. Don't be silly. BUILD.sh. Thank you. So what I want to do now is... What's that? GCC minus C dot source UDP network. I'm doing this a long way around on purpose because we will be improving this system. This is why you don't do it this way. Network. Don't you worry about it. And that's amber udp.c. Minus I. Dot slash. That means please allow for the include on the baseline. In other words, the common header file that I use. That's basically all that does. SDL tool. I'm hoping network's in there. We're going to find out if it isn't. Minus O. This one's going to be called Amber. UDP. .o. And that's it. Yes. Right. And build. It can't do two commands. Oh, it's an AND. Whoops. Space. Ampersand. Is it 1 or 2? Semicolon. I think the semicolon's probably better for me. I understand the semicolon better. Alt. Read, write, exit. Yes, please save. And save. It still didn't do it. Grrr. Yes, it did. It did it. It's just there's only one warning. That's why. Cool. So as you can see, putting a build file together, it gets more and more complicated as life goes on, and gets harder and harder to maintain. So there's obviously got to be some better way of doing it. Well, we'll get to that some other time. Today we'll concentrate on this. Our next trick is to turn that into a library. And that library is tricky. So we'll have a look at tricky. We'll be using this one, won't we? Right, so we've done that bit. Then pack it. Okay. We can do that. So let's go back to our build. Do we have AR? Archive. .34. Okay, we've got it. Excellent. So really, we can just put this into the build. We don't need to put it separately. Or shouldn't do, anyway. We'll soon find out. I don't know why I've just done that. What happened here? Do apologise, my mind drifts sometimes. So let's put it all together into one simple builder package. And it is a very simple one. It's a very basic idea. Oh, I keep doing that and I know I can't remember that I can't do it. Semicolon. 1 second. Why have I got 2 greens? Oh, that's because there's a space that's not being used. That's correct. Yeah. Alright. Can we back that one up? Thanks. You've got to be careful where you put your spaces. So, what have we got? We've got AR. What are we going to put next? Minus RCS. Flag. RCS. We are going to call it GameLib. Yep, but it's not GameLib.lib because we're on Linux. It's GameLib.a. Alright, okay. And then all we have to do is list the files. Which is... I think we'll do a single line this time. Not sure. So that's what they're telling us to do. AR means archive. RCS, record, with this S flag on the end. Or records. The name of what you want to build, and the objects to place in the build. Yeah, you need a dot to point the link to the current directory, that's right. Source files, but not object files. Okay. And I don't really want to do a make file right now. Shall we find out whether this works? Control X. Yes, please. Return. That's right, it is a directory required. Right, well done. Okay. I'll just put an L. So we now have our object files, our builder. We have a gamelib here. And to get to our header files, we have to put it within source. Our header files are in there. That's fine. It's just gamelib source, isn't it? So now we have to make sure we match up our header file descriptions. So under server, yeah, it's in source. All right, that's okay then. Let me think. Got to think it through. Right, let's try and do it. Right, so we've built ourselves a gamelib. In here we have gamelib udp local server.c. I'm going to do a build again. Nano byld.sh, because I can never remember from one day to the next anything that I do. So we'll try that, and we're going to try gcc minus o and what we're going to call that test server. Right. To make this test server, we're going to have a couple of things. So it's minus static new line minus L for the library, and that is dot slash pull you up gamelib. And it's just gamelib.a, isn't it? Or is it just gamelib? Okay, Unix is different. Doopy 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 doo. I'll put it in full. If in doubt, put it in full. We've got gamelib.al, we've got SDL tool. Those are the only libraries we need, isn't it? I think so. And then we should have a list of files. Oh, I should have put it first. Okay. There we go. So GCC, and we just need the file for our test server. UDP local server underscore C dot C. I think you might want minus small l SDL2. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I can do it that way. We can split those down. Let me just pop this bit in, UDP. I think you're right, actually. It's been a long time since I've done this kind of thing. Christ. Local. We're talking 30 years since I did something stupid like this. Server. .c. That goes there. I think you're right with this. That comes off. That goes over to there. Minus L. Space. No space. I'm not sure. Doesn't look right. I can see the way you're thinking, because I've even done it in here. So they've got the -L for the directory. If we do it that way, then it becomes -L there as well. I usually just put it all under the linker. That stands for linker, that stands for library. Sorry, I missed that. You don't need -L when you specify .a object archives. Oh, I didn't know that. You see? Yeah, I see what you mean. Don't need the A on it, do I? Like that. I think that's what you mean. I think that's what you mean. It looks right, but it's not what I normally do. I don't care if it's what I normally do or not, I'm learning. I'm learning as everybody else is learning, so I wish C would just go away already. But we've been unable to make something better. Yes, indeed, exactly. There is something better, but they destroyed it in the 1980s. It was a byproduct of C that happened, and it's now destroyed. I don't know who's got the patent to it or anything like that, or the copyrights. But it's been hidden under a carpet because it wouldn't make money. There's a lot of interesting alternatives, yeah. I'm going to try this out because I'm thinking it looks okay. Control X, Shift, yes. Let's try it out. Why not? We can't. Change mod. Plus X on build sh. Okay, now we can try out. Ah, no such file or directory. There's the clue. Let's try it now. I've spelt it wrong then. No I haven't. I've done something stupid. Slash at the end. Ah! Am I? Have I been such a muppet? Probably. Yes, you're right. Thank you. I like it when people are helpful like that. Control X, Shift Y, and build. Okay. Oh, UPD. Since when did I do that? That was a spelling mistake I never caught. Whoops. Can't alter it here. I'll have to try and alter all of that now. Sugar. How can I do that? Yeah, well, hey ho. I don't care. That's better. Header files. That's correct. It can't find the header files. Good. It's working. I have forgotten -I. -I. And it's going to be dot slash gamelib. Oops, me on the wrong computer. And dot slash gamelib. Source. Okay. Let's try those two for include files. You never know, it might be right. UDP network. Do I need slashes at the end of those? I can never remember. Like there. Is that the way it's done these days? Pff. No idea. The beauty is... Can't find it. Might have to split this down onto 2 separate lines. It's that one it can't find. It can't find the second one. Is it additive? Or have I just messed it all up? I think I've messed it all up. Because that doesn't look right to me. That looks Microsoft to me. Anything where you got slashes at the end of a sentence looks like Microsoft. You never know, we might get this working. Yes, we've done it. Oh my god. Sorry. Cannot find -L gamelib. Good. Yeah. That's why I didn't want to do it that way. Let's do it the other way. The one that I understand a bit better. What I would normally do is do that and put .a like that. Let's try that one out. It's interesting. Cool, we're getting something. Error. Now, does anybody know what that error is? That's a linking error. Here it is. Yeah, that's a linking error. Yeah, -L is for lib search path, that's correct. I don't think Nano would pick up on it. There's no IntelliSense. And I've got nothing with IntelliSense on this system. But it means it's working. Yeah, that's let's just do free arrow. You're quite right in what you said. L is for the pathing. Nice! We're getting somewhere. Oh. I left the minus L in. Whoopsie daisy, I did that. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this all onto one line, so it makes more sense to me. I don't think it should work anyway, but that's got nothing to do with that. I wanted to give me the right errors, and I think it already has. Now, why would I say that? No such file or directory. Perfect, okay. I think I'm with you now. I think you're quite right in what you're saying. I can't put SDL, can I? Do I have to put SDL2? Or just SDL? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. I've not done it this way before because I've used different systems. So many different systems. That big L, should that not be a small L? Do I need the A? Well, that's better than normal. So we do take... Oh. At least it's quick to do on here. Okay. Take the A off. Second to last line could just be dot blah 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 dot A, no minus L. Oh, I see what you mean. So we do have a pickup reference. Where's it coming from? It's coming from libsdl2, and that is because there are no proxy marshals or destroys for the listeners on that functionality. So we do need another thingy. How is that going to be placed in? It actually gets placed in after SDL2. think it's that. It's SDL2. That's your problem there. What's it called in Linux, do you think? That doesn't look right. Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. Gotcha. It does need to be repeated. It's a damn nuisance. Okay. It's looking good. Could not find SDL2 net, so it's not SDL2 net. What's it called? What's the library called? You used to be able to just get away with SDL2, or SDL should I say. Hold on a minute, I'm being stupid. There's a way of finding out. X underscore network. It isn't, it's net. Cancel. Control C. I'm sure it's net. And it's hyphen. Which turns to an underscore maybe. Memories are faded, but there's something in there that's saying just net. Alright, let's have a look. It would be apt search lib SDL 2 asterisk. It is installed, that's good news. But it is SDL2. It's either hyphen or underscore net. Okay. We'll try that. I got it right. I got the name right. It says cannot find if you can't find it. Right, okay. So, we are beating the system. I thought it went to underscore. SX. Right, so we just can't SDL Wayland touch the object file. Okay. There isn't a Wayland. Wayland is for Apple Mac. Isn't it 1.2? What it's doing is it's checking for Apple Mac, and I'm not getting the returns on it. Yeah, that's right. It's a Linux thing. It's for Apple Mac. If you didn't know, Apple is Linux. Developed by Sun Systems, or whatever they were called at the time. I'm actually not sure about that at all. Wayland is a system for Windows. Putting up Windows on the screen, should I say. No, no. No, we won't need Wayland now. Just wondering why it's asking for it. This looks like a check, a system check. Oh! I just realised what I've done. I've asked it to check all of this, haven't I? There you go. I've asked for that. Now this is an interesting thing, because on a normal computer with Windows or a desktop, this is fine. On a server where there is no desktop, there is no sound card, all of those things are missing. There's no graphics card, there's, you know, You can't open pointers to things that don't exist. Oh, the link error messages. No, I've just looked through them. In function SDLNet resolve IP. Using get host by address in statically linked applications requires at runtime the shared libraries from the glibc version used for linking. Just read them. Tells you. glibc. Fair enough. Apt search glibc asterisk libc asterisk. Yeah, you can use package config, yeah. I'm interested in what glibc is. This is just a libc. Is this in GC? Hold on a minute. I think I know what I've done. glib interface. I'm using a C++ compiler to compile a C program. Yeah, GNU libc, yeah. This thing here. Interesting idea. There's Vulkan. I like Vulkan, by the way. I don't know about Gulkan. Here we go. glib. I thought I'd installed it. glib2 dev bin. Focal updates now, blah blah blah, installed automatic. Development utilities for the glib library. Well, I need more than that. I've already installed the glib library. That's CLI. Need the C version. C routines for D. Sorry, I missed what you said. Good luck. I'll check back in later on. Oh yeah, wave. Good. Take care. Thanks for the help. It's good stuff. C++ wrapper for the glib toolkit. And that's the shared libraries. did it say it wanted the shared libraries? Better idea. Let's just clear it all. Just wish it wouldn't make such a mess. Okay. I don't like this. There must be a different way of doing it. Do I have GC? Can we do this without GCC? How do you install the GC compiler? Ubuntu GC. Let's just look under C compiler. Software GCC. Yeah, it's build essentials, that's what I've already done. GCC, yeah. Exit status 1. Okay. Ubuntu. This may need a build. SDL2 network. Network install, blah 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 blah, netboot. Yeah, funny. don't think they're going to tell me. Right, okay, fair enough. But we've got it working. What we haven't got is certain things on a server that I believe it's trying to reference. But it's those first indications of warnings. That's a warning. Which is that thing. And then we get the undefined. Mutex lock. Threading. It's these libraries here. What is this? Oh, I see. Unwinding threads. Yeah, of course. Now I knew this would cause a problem. Does that mean we have to make it a library instead of a static? Probably. Let's find out. Let's take you out. Done. It works. Found out what it was as soon as I looked at that information. Didn't need to read the internet really on that one. It was static. You can't link SDL statically. You have to go through some loops and hoops to get there. And I haven't done that, as you've seen. Right, so after a lot of testing, this is now a real server. But there's a problem. Or is there? No, there isn't. We know the ISP. Will it run? Shall we find out? There you go. Welcome to the UDP local server. Ooh. Over here, I'll pop you across slightly so you can actually see what it's saying. There you go. So, welcome to the UDP local server. That's what we've told it to do. I will alter that. Right, there's nothing behind. I'm just checking to make sure I haven't got extra ones open. Otherwise it fucks everything up. Cool. Rebuild. Rebuild. Won't work. So all we need to do with our client is change the address. To 192.168.0.100. This computer should already accept this, but might not. Ooh, this is going to be a bit tricky. I don't know if that port's open. Who cares? Let's go for it. All the information's correct. We have completed a server. It now gives a service. It tells us that we've sent something. There you go. So two totally separate machines now, and we have the ability to build them. In a very, very simplistic way, I have just hacked my way through to building them, basically. But that's how I work. I don't remember things ever. I just decide it can be done, or it can't be done, and then I try and do it. So there you go. That's all there is to it. We now have a server, but it's not overly brilliant, is it? Let's say it just switches off. Okay. We need to check that we're not, how can you put it, mismanaging data. I think that's a good way of putting it. So shall we make a better server? One that runs all the time. Now how do I do the to null? Rabbit hole. Well, we'll find out as we go, won't we? So everything's worked so far. We now have a server. We can program it on Windows. We can drop it onto the server here. We can build it in this window using build. And we can start testing things out from afar, rather than having two of these Visual Studio codey things going. I'm rather shocked at what code we came up with there. I'm rather shocked at that. And I'm not sure why. I think I do know why. The reason it's reading wrong to me is that line there. What I want is that line there at the end, don't I? I think that's why it's reading wrong to me. But I think I'll keep it that way because it does split them properly. Okay. You might notice I have not at any point accessed that there. So, UPD. Can we do something about that? I'm not sure. I think that's quite good. We've actually got a server running on the correct IP address with the data going out to the correct place. Oh my god. All we have, that says UDP. That says UDP. Where did UPD come from? Server. Alright, let's do that. This is now working, so we have to save it out. We are on research. Before I try and change that to UDP, I will save out. I don't trust Microsoft, do I? Am I going to clean this up? No. Okay. Code tested on an independent stand alone server. Full stop. Fully working. No errors. You are not authorized to access blah 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 blah. Well, give me access then, you plonker. Not authorized my backside. There you go, successfully synchronized. Thank you. Okay, are we happy, yeah? See what I mean? How can you trust Microsoft when it gives you messages that don't mean anything? Can I rename this or not? It says I can. UDP. And it doesn't show it as a change. You will do any second now. Yep, thought so. Name correction on solution. No, it's not solution. On project. UDP, a local server. UDP local server. Record everything that you do so you know why you did it. We'll commit and synchronize. Done. We will also make sure that our files here match up. This is the server we're looking at. This now says UDP local server C. So the easiest way to do that is just rename. Yes, I can do it from here. Isn't that nice? UDP. There we go. UDP. Alrighty. Looks good. Control save X. ls. We do now have a test server. I am so chuffed. And it works. Just complete the test server. Doesn't matter, just do that. Thank you. Just want us to do a rebuild, check the build. Build's fine. There you go. We have it. We have the final deal. Whatever we write now on our server here, we can transfer straight across and it'll work. But hold on a minute. This is Windows. And it works on Windows. And it works on Linux. Why is that? Does anybody know? It's because C was used to write all those other languages, including Windows. Linux was written in C. So why shouldn't you support the language that you were written in? Well, of course they do. So why does Microsoft not want you writing things in C? Because they don't want it to go onto Linux. They don't want Linux to be able to share their programs. Heaven forbid Linux would ever become popular. So all of those games out there that you think work on Windows only, they don't. Oh, by the way, if I put it onto an Apple Mac, it'd be exactly the same. It's the same goddamned system on every single one. It's all written in C. The reason why you have to cross-compile things is because you're cross-compiling things that are written in a different language and have been specifically written only to be understood by the operating system you are on. In this case, Windows. Why? Why are people still doing this? Don't know. Mainly because Windows will pay you, Microsoft will pay you money for successful Windows services, as long as they work only on Windows. If they work on both Windows and Linux, ooh no. That would never do now, would it? The same is for the client, by the way. I can transport the client over and run it, but I can't run it on a server. I'd have to put a Linux box up for you. I can do that if you wish. I do have one spare, but it's just not hooked into the system at the moment. I've also got an Apple Mac if you want to show that running the server or the client. And I've written it in my own language, called English. Okay, there's a bit of C here. Const Char, that means character. That means constant, cannot be changed. So cannot be changed, set of characters denoted by the asterisk, which means an address. So what I'm doing is I'm putting the characters into the address, and we're going to label that address, because I can't read addresses, they're stupid. And I've called it that, host IP address. And that's the data that I've placed in there. There. The bit in between the delimiters, as they are called. An integer has been placed into an address, but I haven't specified it as an address, so I've just said integer, system, Windows. I'm going to call it port in, put it where you like, but its value is 2022. Integer, port out, Windows, put it where you like, its value is 2021. But you can read it in English. We've made a game client which has an Amber network in it. If we have a look in our game client, source, we have a UDP network here. It is yet again nearly written in English, or as English as I was allowed to make it, using SDL and SDLnet. So as you can see, I've AmberNet socket, AmberNet IP address, socket. It all tries to make sense as much as possible, but the further you go in, the less readable it becomes, and that's C. All of this doesn't make as much sense now, but it is sort of, if you know how to read it. This is where you need to learn to read C. Where we are going to be programming in the client here, we don't need to read C, we just read English. There's an SDL in it there. I don't even need to put that there. I could put that inside of here, AmberNet in it. And at the bottom, SDL quit, I could put inside AmberNet quit. The reason I haven't done so far is we haven't got that far. I've been tidying up this middle section here. Send to server. It's as simple as that. And it works. And this client can be run on any computer that was made after 1985. When Windows decided to split itself off and become something bigger than what it should have been. In the process of doing that, it removed years of advancement of computers, unfortunately. And we're now here, sat here, still in 1985, looking at code that works. Every programmer that is programming on this planet today is still in 1985. Nothing's advanced. Nothing's different. Everything's still the same. Interesting, isn't it? Maybe there'll be enough programmers who stand up one day and say, hey, we're still in 1985, can we move on yet and drop Windows? Drop Linux, drop it all, and actually program properly a computer. I can show you how to do it if you wish. I can show you how to program a computer. I'd have to make a blank computer, but that's easy to do these days. But it's your choice. I don't care what system I program on, because I'm not a programmer, I'm a systems analyst. And obviously, that's why I know about the falsehoods that we've been given. It's a damn shame. Anyway, on the bright side, we have a server. And that's all we need to do to send to it. We now have to start receiving as well. But I've just sent a random piece of data. Any random piece of data going to this server will close it. We have to stop that. We want our server to carry on running, carry on giving us service. But we also need to be able to tell it to shut down. So those are the two next things. We have server side. Is this not on pen? One sec. What's it on? Yeah, that's on pen. Server side, we've got string of data. We've got user ID as supplied by the server. Service request code. Data for that code. Let's use ints only. We've got. This is what we are now looking at. And this is where all those big questions are asked. Like security. And we have to answer it all. What do you mean by security? Hacking. People using our services without our permission. That's hacking. How do you stop hacking? So I will put hacking. I'll put plus, because it's a separate subject. Okay, and we're going to be starting to answer that in the new year. These are big subjects, and we're at the stage now where we have an open network. This is one computer, this is another computer. Between the two, there's an open space. So, we really should think about security, shouldn't we? And that is a sudo. Shut down now. See, you need security to use this. Anybody can log on. Anybody can hack that computer. Anybody. A child of 3 can hack that computer. How do we stop them? What do we stop them with? And the answers are very simple. And we're going to do that next week. So, in the meantime, I want you to be festive. Happy New Year, by the way. And on Sunday of next week, we'll investigate security. It'll take us at least 10 minutes to do that, maybe half an hour. And then we'll solve this lot here, this little block here. Service request, data for a service request, a user ID, and we'll also need we'll also need the shutdown service. We'll do that one first as a user request, and we'll confirm that what we are doing back to the client. That's going to be priority. Every time we receive something, we have to confirm something. Otherwise, you're not giving a service. A service, it means exactly that. Every time something is requested, you receive something for your request. And we'll look into that. We will look very much into that. Now we've corrected the spelling mistakes. So we'll be looking at the server more. Do we need to? Yes, we do. I can put GameLib away. We've done quite well with GameLib. Hasn't got everything on it that I like. So we'll keep the server stuff up. The server is very simple. It's that. There's your server. Basically, we ask AmberNet receive data if there's any data incoming, and if data is incoming, then we just print it out to the command line. And we say, shut down, we don't want to be running anymore. And we shut down. If there's no data coming through, it just goes in a loop. Or does it? We don't know that, do we? We've assumed it's going in a circle. Is it? Or is it just waiting on this line for data to income? We don't know. We have no way of knowing. Yet. We don't know yet. There is an easy test for that, and we will do that test. So, happy, happy, happy. Joy, joys. You lot go and enjoy. Take care, peeps. It's been fun today. I've really enjoyed it. Everything's finally worked. Unusual for me. Take care and have a good new year. And remember, if you're programming, have fun. If you're playing the games as I'm about to play. You go and have fun.